Okay, let's get started with this. So I'm going to reset here. Technical issue here. Let's try this again. We're going to start with first pomodoro of this. Okay. Okay, so let's review from last week here. Let's see. Last week we were doing week 11. It's not picking up the right broadcast here. Let's see. Okay, so last week we did the local storage, persists data by storing data as key value pair, class list element property, toggle method adds class if not present, removes if present, a modal is an element that presents. Yep, and we worked on the modals. The modal would pop up and you can't interact with it otherwise can't interact anything outside of the modal. Did a show modal, find index. Yeah, and we worked with the local storage. It was really just, I don't know where it actually stores that. Kind of should have, jumped into that one. Should have done a deeper dive on that. Should have done a deeper dive on the local storage, but yeah. So how this works? I play. Let me see. Oh, okay. I'm very scattered today. Microphone's on. It's working. Everything else is working. Let's see. Why is this not working? I'm going to refresh this page. Okay. Oh, okay, there we go. I don't know why this isn't connected though. Serial monitored broadcasts. Streaming is easy, kids. Streaming is easy. Bot auto connect. Broadcast, that's where I want to be. This one. We want to monitor this one, right? Yeah, I'm monitoring this one. Monitoring light one. close that down. Why is this not working? I'm going to refresh. There we go. Okay. Oh my gosh. OBS, everything's so like convoluted, very difficult to follow. Okay, so we did this. I didn't really take any takeaways from that. You know, I'm feeling pretty, fairly in focus today. Well, like fairly good in the mind. I feel like I'm ready to learn. So maybe we will go through both. But last week we did the whatchamacallit, the building a to-do app. That's what it was. The to-do app. To-do. We added that. Okay, so this week we're gonna do this decimal to binary converter. And let's keep this up right. Yeah, we'll keep this up here. What elements do we have for this? Well, this one, we got a form, input box. Is that what that is? Input form? Input form. And we have a submit button for the convert. We got the submit button for converting. And then we have a pop-up, an alert. I think that's what that was called. And then there. Apologies. Let me just take 1 second here. I'll be right back. All right, that was supposed to be a focus block. So I'll have to, like, I don't know. I'll do another one later. But just want to keep the pomodoros going. In case anybody else is like gonna watch and, you know, keep this as a whatever, a working Pomodoro tracker thing. I don't know. Maybe one person who would do that. We have this alert box here. Enter number greater than or equal to 0. And then we have there's going to be something else here. So is this a complete thing? And then we want to enter a decimal number. Well, I mean 546 is one. Okay, so then we do that there. Okay, so we have this like result box here. So there's going to be probably a blank div for that, I'm imagining. And there's a call stack here. I don't understand that. What's going on with the call stack? Is this like... I don't understand. Yeah. I guess if there's a mistake or something? I don't get it. I don't get it. Let's see what we're gonna do. In this project, we will build a decimal and binary converter, learn about both number systems. I'm gonna like bring this over here, and we're gonna do... Let's bring this all the way over here. Why is this still on? My goodness, everything is not working correctly. That pop-up should not be staying up, basically. But I guess it's okay for now. I don't know what's happening with this stuff. Maybe there was an update that screwed up the music. Show background music properties. Maybe there's something update currently playing. Yeah, I think there was something that I changed. Any changes, that overlays? No, it wasn't that. It wasn't the zoom. I don't know what it was. Why is it not working? Something's not working. Go break music, show background music details, and not background playlist. Shorter than 30 seconds? I don't know. Okay. So we are on here. I thought... That's weird. Okay, something's not working right here. Everything is just not working. I'm gonna take an extra break. I gotta come back to this, but I'll keep the Pomodoro going. popping back in early on the break, so just continue doing what you do, and I don't know, I'm gonna catch up. Okay. Recursion. Let me double check something as well. Be working. Going for a minute, it should go. Trigger, there it is. Okay, num steps is not working. Okay, so how do I get that to variable is 107. How do I get that to work? Oh, I know why. Okay. Global variables. Get global variable. Destination variable is max steps. So default variable is 1. Okay. And then let's see. Delete that. That works now, right? Yeah, it does. Okay. Now it's working. We'll just delete that. Okay. The joys of fiddling with your streamer bot. Okay. Right. Okay, so before I even get started, I kind of just like to go through everything very short HTML file to go over right off the bat. So of course we have our HTML element. We have our, like, I don't know what you call this thing again, the declaration doc type as HTML. HTML element. Inside of that we have the head, the body, the head and the body. We have to know how to work the body. The meta tag inside of the head, so we have meta tags, meta elements, and title elements. The links, link tag here for our CSS, and we have our title, we have our viewport, and still don't know what that stuff does. You want to go like learn some of that stuff there. I have been creating some things for solves using CSS and HTML. It's been going pretty pretty well, although it's kind of a convoluted system that I have set up to do some very simple things. But I guess that's the way it goes. Let's see, we have a H1 element inside of the body. We have a section, and we have another section. Okay, interesting. Then we have section, class, and then another section, output container. I haven't been using these elements. Maybe I should. Maybe I should use those elements rather than divs. Use a section element and a section element. Maybe I should be using those. Rather than the divs that I do for my containers. Input container. Inside the input container. Well, the H1 is just the title here. We have input container, a label here for the input. Enter decimal number. We have the input form. The value is defaulted to 0, to null, to nothing. And the type is a number, so we do some validation there. Decimal number, so if I put in like this, right, and I say convert, there's nothing that's going to happen. If I also put in nothing, nothing happens right now, right? Okay. Of course, we have to make those things happen. Decimal number input is the name. I don't know why you give a name to those things. I don't know how that plays into anything. ID number input, the class is the number input. So we have a specific ID, and it's part of the number input class. Which is interesting because we don't have any other number inputs, I don't think so. But we made a class for it anyway. Class convert button for the button, and this is a convert button, but it doesn't say anything about submit there. So we're gonna have. Okay, well that's interesting. I think we have to add an on-click thing to this button. An on-click attribute with a function. We have to create a function for that. Right. Okay, and then section class output container. Output container, we're gonna have the result in this output. Oh, interesting that these tags are, these elements are called output. I'm not sure. We haven't dealt with those before. H2 call stack, and I don't know what this is going to be. It's an animation container. So we're going to put an animation in there. Don't know what that's about. As always, at the bottom of our body, the last element that we put in there is a script element. With the attribute source set to the path for our JavaScript file, which is just located in the current directory where this HTML file is stored. It's a brother or a sister or a whatever, a non-gendered sibling of that JavaScript file. So we're going to do work in there, and we have some styles. We can play around with some of that stuff. Our font families, Flexbox, it's the body and all that stuff. Input container label. I don't think we're doing anything with the CSS. As far as DOM manipulation goes, but we will be altering the HTML. So let's see. In this project, we'll build a decimal and binary converter and learn about both number systems. We'll learn about recursion by using it to perform the conversion. So all of the HTML and CSS for this project is provided to us. When we're ready to get started, we're gonna get an element by ID for the input element number input, and we're gonna store that in a variable called number input. I imagine we're gonna do a lot of this at the beginning. So documents get element by ID. I'm feeling like more and more like strained with the keyboard. The keyboard, I'm like putting my fingers right here. My fingers are up there. They're so tight together. They're so close. It's like I'm doing like T-Rex arms. And like I don't want to do that. I really am thinking about getting in a more ergonomic keyboard that separates those things a little bit farther apart, so that my arms are like, you know, spaced apart, so that there's an equal width between, you know, my arms. So they were not equal, but I mean there's my body's width space apart from that, rather than like shoulders. When you do this, like crunching the shoulders, makes me want to lean forward, and it puts strain on my back. So I want to like get one of those ones that's spaced out. Maybe it'll help me like keep my posture a little bit better. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know, maybe, hopefully, that is what I'm thinking about. I do want to add that then to the Throne wish list. Yeah, it would really help. It would really help me sit at the desk for a longer period of time. So we need to get the number input. And we're going to use the same method to create a convert button. And the outputs element stored to results. Document get element by ID. Result. The output element would be. Oh, okay, yeah. For output elements, I really do like. Can I output elements? MDN. Look up the docs. I wonder if I should. Yeah, I should really do that. I was just thinking if I added searching. The Mozilla documents. Let me go to settings. If I could search or something like that. Search. And then the things that we want to search. We want to add a search shortcut. Search engine name. We're going to do the Mozilla documents. What's this called? Document network or something? What's it called? What does MDN stand for? Mozilla Corporation. Mozilla Developer Network. Document network, yeah. Developer network. The engine we'll use for that. then is the search. So we'll search for output and search there. So can I do that though? Because I don't know if that's possible. Yeah. No, because it's not. I'm not always searching for an element. We can do MDN. Search for MDN. At MDN. Do there. And then, search. Search for elements. There it is. That's it. Okay. And we're going to add that as an engine. So if I go and search, go at MDN, I can go like that. I'm on the Mozilla Developer Network. The MDN, I can search for something. I can search for output. Go to output, it brings that up, I click on that, and then I'm right there. Nice. Don't even have to worry about that. That's how we search docs. That's how we search documents, my friends. I don't know why this thing is not working. The currently playing should not show all the time. Playing should hide. Why does it not? Why is it not hiding? Everything is wrong. Everything is broken. Nothing works. Show background music, track details. I'm gonna do that when and not. So and not this, or that and not. It's shorter than then. Okay. It's shorter than that. But the thing is, why is this like this? Why is it like this? Song variables. I think song variables is working. Transitioning from? If transitioning from BRB or the backgrounds, the playlist is opening, or the value has changed, or time restriction matches that. Time restriction matches that and not. And not middle there. It's gonna do that. It's gonna update currently playing, and then it's gonna show on DSK messages. We want to hide it on DSK messages, so what we'll do is we'll copy that, paste it. That's weird. That's not what we wanted. This one is what we wanted. Why are we muting the microphone? That's weird. Why would we mute the microphone? Something got wrong. Something went wrong. Mute the microphone? Microphone should not be mute. Do not mute the microphone. Please do not mute the microphone. Something went silly here. I think what happened. Wait 7 seconds. I think it's supposed to wait 7 seconds and then hide. And then if I copy that and then I just like, let's see. Delete that one, paste it. Paste in action. Paste as an action. Hide on there. The else should be this. But I don't know, like, maybe I'll just turn that off. I'll just turn that off because I don't think it's supposed to do that. Oh, look at that. It's hiding. It's going away. It's hiding. It's running away right now. Okay, transform on there. Everything's broken. I don't know how that broke. Something got disconnected. And that's what happened. See, this one has that one there. Why would it only break on... That's what I don't understand. Usually what that means when like suddenly something that doesn't make sense, like an action that doesn't make sense is set to the microphone, to muting the microphone, because I think that's like just like the default. Usually what that means is that something broke, and that can happen for several reasons. Like something gets disconnected. There's no more reference to that thing, reference to that whatever, you know, that scene, the overlay, or the connection with the downstream keyer, because we did update OBS and we did update downstream keyer. So that could have broken. It's just like there's so many things that could break. Yeah, it's just hard to keep up with this stuff. You know, it's all maintenance now. Want to set some stuff up so that it's set for long term and that I don't have to really fiddle with it, but here I am. Okay, we can focus on this now, I think. So we set those up. I think that's good. That's good. We need the console up here. We can also do the preview in a separate one. I hope that's connected. Hopefully it is. Submit and go to the next one. Yep, it does update. Okay, that's good. Updating is good. I like that. Step 2. We are finally on step 2. We are only on our second pomodoro, and we're already done with 2 steps. 40 minutes have passed. 50 minutes have passed, and we have finished 1 step. We finished 1 step. We're going for 2. Now you'll do some setup to check the value in the number input in element whenever the user clicks the convert button. So first, empty function function empty check user input, and so there's nothing there. Hypatia, come here. You want to come here? Come on. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. You can hang out under here. Yeah, it's very nice. It's very nice under here. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah. There she is. Best dog in the world. Good way to test that everything is working is to log the value. To the console we go. Console log number input. I don't see anything working. As a reminder, you can access the value attribute of an element by using dollar bracket notation. Bracket on notation. Okay, yeah, so value. Okay, value, right, okay. Use both. I don't see anything there. We are logging that, so let's see. Can we, like, see what's going on in there? I don't see anything happening, but I think that's what we do. There's nothing working, though. Become a supporter of FreeCodeCamp, or for moi. Yeah, like, I like to live. I like having food. It's, like, kind of important. So please check me out on the Patreons, on the other stuffs. I need to set up a, that reminds me, I do need to set up some things, right? I need to set up, something here, for, support messages. Yeah. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back. We are getting started here, even though we're going into our third pomodoro, but you know what? It's all good. It's Tuesday. Right, I'm gonna pop back in early because I'm trying to catch up here. So we're on step 4 now that you're check user input function is set up for testing. We can use an event listener to call the function when users click the convert button. Let's see, is playing with Hypatia. Oh. Did she swat? Oh. So adorable together. Check user input function is set up for testing. We can use an event listener to call the function when users click the convert button. Okay, so we want to chain the add event listener method to convert button. Weird that they described it like that. And so we need to listen to click events. And we're just going to use the check user input as the callback function. Remember that function references are not called with parentheses, of course. You're just passing the reference to the object, which is the function. Oh, that's interesting. But I did the different syntax for the function. They're using the arrow function syntax for that. But I just used the function syntax because I was, I don't know. Okay, so that should work. Once that's done, whenever we click on the convert button, we should see what's inside of, the box in there. So that looks like that's working. I'm gonna check that code and it's going. We're gonna go to the number 5. Number 5. Your convert button should be working now, but if it could get tiring for users to enter in a number, then click the button each time they want to convert the decimal to binary. Okay, yes. Say more. It would be much more convenient to perform the conversion when the enter or return key is pressed. Okay. Taking mental note, because this is exactly what I want to accomplish with the modal that pops up on crosshair that says keep trying, and you have to actually physically click it. And what I want to do is just hit enter onto that, right? Enter or return key. I mean, that's the same thing, right? Enter and return. They're the same key. What do we have? A carriage return? Are you typing on a typewriter where you have a return key? I don't think so. I highly doubt that. Well, maybe somebody has rigged a typewriter to be, interface with the computer. That would be actually kind of funny to watch. Oh gosh, my mind is wandering. The key down event fires every time a user presses a key on their keyboard, and is a good way to add more interactivity to input elements. Okay, so we'll do number input. So you have to do it to the input form. Interesting. Okay. To the input form, we have to do that. Key down. And then what do we do? And then we're going to do an empty arrow function. Okay. Sounds like a plan to me. Key down. But which key? Which key are we going to do? So we have to pass in E as a parameter. Whenever an event listener is triggered by an event object is created automatically. You don't always need to use the subject like with your click handler above, but it can be useful to access information about the event that was triggered. Okay. So the object is created, but you don't have to actually do anything with it, but it is helpful to use. Okay. You pass E as a parameter to your callback function. Remember that E is a common parameter name for the event object. Okay, so that's what is created as a parameter to your callback function. Okay. Well, an event object is created. I'm just very confused as to why. Where does the E come from? Whenever it's triggered by an event object is created. That E is that object, though, right? So I'm very confused by why. I don't know. I'm getting into the weeds here, but I'm very curious to why. What actually happens there? Remember that E is a common parameter name for the event object. Next log E to the console log. And so if I do something like this, oh, every time I press a key, there's is trusted getter. Okay, is that what I want to do? Okay, so that's interesting. An interesting thing there. Interesting thing happened there. If you open your browser's console and type in the number in, but you'll see event objects logged into the browser, and if you take a closer look at these objects, you'll see helpful properties like type and target. Yeah, but how do I take a closer look at those objects? What do you mean? Take a closer look at them? Is trusted getter. Okay. Is trusted. Is trusted getter. Yeah? What does that have to do with anything? Should actually just put this over here. Should put this over here. There we go. That looks better, I think. I think that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. I'm right there with that. You want to perform an action when the enter key is pressed. The most helpful property is key. Tells you the string value of the key that was pressed. Right, but where is the key thing? Oh, well, I mean, I don't have properties there. There's a getter. I don't see type and target. You want to perform an object when the enter key is pressed. That's probably why this is archived, because like maybe something changed in the standard in the JavaScript or something. In relation to like promises or something. Okay, so we want to, since you want to perform an action when the enter key is pressed, most probably is key, so remove the console log from the person. So if statement that checks is equal to enter. Nice. Alright, we have to do it that way. I've been doing Python a lot in the past couple days. Leave the body of your if statement empty for now. And then, so since the enter and return keys have similar functions, they both have the same string value of enter. Who has a return key on their keyboard? Please let me know, because I don't know if that's even a thing. Who has a return key? Like, isn't that, maybe it's the old, you know, the older keyboards or something. Have not seen a return key in a long time. Next, with return, within the body of the if statement, call the check user input function. Okay, and I do want to tab over. After this, if you enter keys, enter numbers into the number input and press enter, we should see something going on here. Okay, nice. I can put 2 in there, it's not there. So it does check, it does validate whether or not a number's in there. 89, 89. Oh my god, okay, so it's all the way down there. Okay, I see. Just returns blank if you aren't, if the value is not, this is kind of instructive for how the forms work in the input forms and stuff, too. Because if I hit enter, sending a blank, hit enter on this, I'm validating that my input is a number, but the input, it's not a number. There's text in there, there's a mix of, special characters and all that stuff. So nothing gets sent. Nothing gets sent in there. It's just a blank string or a blank input. Or a null object, maybe. I don't know what exactly gets sent, but it's not what I would think it would be. It doesn't actually send that value. Okay. Alrighty then. That works, yippee. Let's move along. Roll in. Now that our convert button and number input are listening for clicks and enter key presses, time to complete the check user function. Check user input. It would be helpful to alert users if they don't enter a value into the number input or the number they enter is invalid. So while the input type equals number element makes validation easier by only allowing numbers some special characters. Like the period, right? And maybe the comma. Remember that all values from yeah, okay. It's just the period. There might be others, but I don't think that there. Remember that all values you get from HTML elements are actually strings. Also, if the number input is empty, the value property will be an empty string. So inside your check user input function, use an if statement to check if the value of number input is identically equal to the empty string. And then leave the body blank. We have to work the body. Okay, and then so in an earlier project, you're going to quiz me now? I learned about truthy and falsy values. Did I? I don't know if I exactly learned them. Which are values that evaluate to true or false. Okay. On like some kind of Boolean check. So when like casting to a Boolean, they evaluate to true or false. Right. In JavaScript, some common falsy values you'll see are null, undefined, the number 0, and empty strings. Empty strings, though? Yeah, empty strings, okay. Rather than check if a value is equal to a falsy value, you can use the logical not operator to check if the value itself is falsy. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're using a logical operator, and, that then triggers the coercion to a Boolean, the number input without value. The casting, the coercion, whichever verbiage you want to use. Because the input type is equal to number element, allows special characters like period, the plus, and the E. Users can input floats like 2.2, 2E plus 3. Huh. Interesting. Or even just E, which you don't want to allow. Well, that doesn't work. I did just type E. It doesn't work. That doesn't send it. That doesn't send it. That doesn't send it. 2.2 does send it. Maybe it's okay. It's okay, Hapesha. A good way to check and normalize numbers in JavaScript is to use the built-in parse int. The function converts a string into an integer or a whole number. Okay, yeah. Do we want to take a note of that? The integers, whole numbers. I mean, that's the same thing. Yeah. Parse int takes at least one argument, a string, to be converted into an integer, and returns either an integer or a nan, which stands for not a number. For example, add a logical OR operator after the first condition. There we go. You gotta do it quickly. Otherwise, I didn't do it quickly enough. I got an error. Then pass the value of number. I'm just joking, by the way. Don't take me seriously. Pass the number of number input into the parse int function. So if it's not, I'm not sure why I have to do it this way. Number input that value. So it has something in there, but it's not the thing we want. It's gonna pass that first check of the falsiness of number input value. No, wait a minute. I don't understand this. If there's nothing in there, right? If there's nothing in there, there's something. There's gonna be. But we've already established that it's not sending. This is obviously this is out of date, but I just don't know if there's something that changed in between. So I don't know. So what is this doing then? Parse int. If you parse the int, what happens? So does that just not error out if you pass in something that's not gonna work? Which is what we would expect with Python. You would expect errors. Maybe JavaScript, you don't have as many. You don't have errors. You just return null. Okay. I still don't understand why. What is that doing? You need to check if the value returned by the parse int function is a number or not. To do that, you can use the isNan function. This function takes in a string or number as an argument. So we have is nan function here, is nan. Yeah, okay. So the example they give here is nan test. Okay. True. Update the second condition to use the isNan function to check if the value returned by parse int. Okay, because that is going to be an error, right? Isn't it? So also, as we mentioned in step 1, that we are considering only positive numbers, so we should add a third condition if check whether this number is less than 0. Negative numbers? Okay. It's less than 0. Did I not do that? I mean, come on. Isnan parse int. Checks the value returned by parse int. Okay. Right, okay, yeah, of course. It's a string. We can't be doing that. Okay, right. Oh my god. I need a nap already. What's going on? I thought I had all this energy and I'm just like, I don't, I guess. It's a false alarm. No energy. Gotta get an energy drink, and that's probably making me sleepier. Because I'm having like a crash or something. Enter a number or the number is invalid before you attempt to convert it to binary. So then, in the body, which we're going to work right now, we're going to say alerts. You can either use window.alert or alert. So what's the difference? So that's all we're doing, we're just doing that. So, oh no, we need to pass in, please provide a decimal durator then, or equals 0. Touch typing, I need to learn touch typing. Like, my touch is too hard, I press into the keys. I just need to like go very softly, learn how to do that. After alerting the user, and that's why like I think this clicky keyboard is kind of helpful because it tells me like when I'm being too loud, when I'm being too hard. It's alerting the user if the number input is empty or the value is not a number. You can use the return keyword to break out of this function early. That's it. That's all we gotta do. Okay. Now we'll start building the function to actually do the decimal to binary conversion. So the meat and potatoes behind this all is a function called decimal to binary. So I mean, probably going to use an arrow function, but they're not telling me to do that. So input as a parameter. Just empty for now with the body. Let's see what they did. Now we're going back to the check user input. We're going to remove this, and then now we're going to call decimal to binary. Pass in the value of number input. Okay, I don't know why that took a while. Finally, we should clear the number input by setting its value to an empty string. Then later, when we convert several numbers in a row, we won't have to delete the previous number before entering the next one. The value property. Okay, so we want to test that out, though. So if we do all right, let's take a break. It's definitely time for a break. I need to just take a quick little couple breaths. Get back to this. right, we are back. Let's get to this last Pomodoro before a big long break. And hopefully we can get moving along here. We have a lot of ground to cover. We are only about, 10% of the way done. And, okay. I don't know what's going on with that. Progress bar will update in a minute. I don't know what does that even say? What was the window? Preview? There's a preview window? Okay. We set that to the empty string. That was working, and yeah, we tested that out. Now that the function is set up, it's time to learn about the binary numbers. I can tell you a thing or two about the binary numbers, my friend. But let's just go through this, see what they say about it. Binary numbers are a base 2 number system, unlike the base 10 or a decimal number system we use every day. Uses 10 digits 0 to 9 form numbers. The binary number system only has 2 digits, 0 and 1, and so in computer science, these binary digits are called bits and are the smallest unit of data computers can process. For computers, 0 represents false or off, and 1 represents true or on. It's a little bit like if you're just learning this stuff now. I mean, cool, cool that you stuck around through this many 12 tutorials or 11 tutorials of this, and now you get to this one. Wow, like you stuck with it. So kudos. But yeah, the basis of computers there. In your decimal to binary function, use the return keyword to return a string of the binary number representation of true. So what am I doing here? Not sure. Return true? The string of the binary number representation of true, so it's just 1, okay. Odd way to fucking phrase that. Okay, in the base 2 number system, we're just carrying on with this. Because the creator of this wants to flex. But, they just want to flex their education muscles here. In the base 2 number system, the rightmost digit represents the 1's place. The next digit to the left represents the 2's place. And the 4's place and the 8's place, and so on. In this system, each digit's place value is 2 times greater than the digit to its right. Here are numbers 0 to 9 in the base 10 and base 2 number systems. Look at that. Amazing. Notice that binary numbers are formed from left to right, from the digit with the greatest place value on the left to the least significant on the right. So, for example, the number 3 in binary is 11, 1 in the 2's place, and 1 in the 1's place. Then for the number 4, a digit to represent the 4's place is included in the left and set to 1. The 2's place is 0, and the 1's place is 0. In your decimal to binary function, convert the number 10 to binary and return it as a string. Wait, where am I doing that? I should be paying attention. What? What am I doing? I'm removing this return 1? Why am I doing that? This is so dumb. Why am I doing it like that? Just to test that what it is. So we need an 8th place, which is that the 4's is there. And then the 2's, so it should be that. Okay, just to test that what binary conversion. is for the number 118. Oh gosh, come on, guys. Seriously? So we need a 64s. What do we need? We need a 32 because I think that we need to get to the hundreds place. So we need a 90, 96. And then so to get the 90, well, I mean, I can add another one. That's, yeah. Why do you make me do this? 96. I don't want to calculate this. 96, and then it's a 112, right? 112. So we're at 112. You skip that because we would get to 120 then, and then the rest should be 110 because of the or 10 because you get the 4 and the 2, right, to get the 6, and then that one. Fuck you. So it should return 1 I forgot to have the leading 0. Okay. What do you want? Placement values? A byte? Oh, well, this is actually, I should have been paying attention. So they want bits are often grouped into an octet, which is an 8-bit set known as a byte. A byte can represent any number between 0 and 25. Here are the placement values for each byte, right? Okay. Here we go. Okay. Now that we're familiar with binary numbers, congrats, we learned something today, right? Okay. It's time to finish building the function to do the conversion. We'll start with a simpler solution first, then refactor that into a recursive solution. First, you need to create some arrays to store the inputs and results of the division. You'll do in the following steps. These will be... I'm just reading these things. They're just going into my eyes and out my mouth. And it's not registering in the brain. Yeah. Create some arrays. Store the inputs and results of the division you'll do in the following steps. These will make it easier to see how that works. Okay, so yeah. We're going to declare some variables inputs, so maybe let empty arrays for each of them. I have to imagine that we're going to be altering them so that they're not going to be constants. They do put constant. Well, is the array constant, but the elements of the array not? Is that how that works? Set input equal to 0 for now. Okay. Now, for the decimal to binary conversion, we need to divide input by 2 until the quotient. So it's the division. You know, that's wait, was it Euclid's division algorithm? Forget. Divide input by 2 until the quotient or the result of dividing two numbers is 0, but since you don't know how many times you need to divide input by 2, you can use a while loop to run a block of code as long as input is greater than 0. It can't be divided. Oh boy, I'm tired. While loop is used to run a block of code as long as the condition of value is true and the condition is checked before the code block is executed. So input is greater, while the input is greater than 0, we're going to run this body of code. There we go. Okay. Become a supporter, please. Yep. support FreeCodeCamp, and your money can help to update a lot of these courses. It's a great website. I really like it. I mean, I rag on it a little bit. Like, there's some things that are a little clunky, but your money could help them make it less clunky, and that would be nice. So support them, and if you'd like to support me as well, that would be lovely. I really would appreciate that. Let's see. So the tricky part about a while loop is that if you're not careful, they can run forever. This is called an infinite loop. You can cause your browser to crash, of course. Because a lot of times you'll run into a memory overflow or something, or the CPU thread lock or something like that. I don't know if that's the proper term for that, but could lock up your CPU. To avoid infinite loops, you need to make sure that the condition for the while loop eventually becomes false. In this case, you want to make sure that the input value eventually becomes 0, so move the input equals 0 into the while loop, into the while loop. Yes, while. To divide in JavaScript, you use the division operator. You don't use both division? You don't do double division? Oh gosh. Really? You just use the regular division? Everything else is doubled in JavaScript except for the division. So in the example above, 5 is the dividend and the number whatever. Inside your while loop, we want to create a quotient. A quotient. Okay, but there's a remainder there, though. You want to do integer division, though. Division could lead to a floating point number, or division. Yeah, so you got to do math.floor. Math.floor. So in that there Python there, you can do double division, and it makes a double division. But if you do the double division here, it's a comment. It's not the dividing. So you got to do the math. That floor. So it's interesting that all these things are just available to us without having to import anything and stuff. I think maybe that's I don't know how that works. I imagine that this is handled by the browser or something, that all the imports and stuff is already available to us. All those objects are available. Now that you have an operation that will lower the value of input each time the loop runs, you don't have to worry about the loop running forever. So the last line of our while loop will assign to the quotient. Okay, here we go. Right now, we need to calculate the remainder of input divided by 2. That would be nice. You can do this by using the remainder operator, which returns the remainder of the division of 2 numbers. So in other words, the dividend is 5 in there. So you're doing this kind of like double point of order here, point of a finer point. That like you're doing double the work here. You're first doing the calculation of the quotient, and then you're doing that's kind of same calculation to find the remainder. When you could just have these calculated the same way at the same time. So I'm sure that there's a better built-in function or something to return the quotient with the remainder there. But in other words, the dividend 5 can be divided by the divisor 2 multiple times, then you're left with a remainder of 1. So we'll create a variable named remainder. I guess they're constants. Well, I mean, they're getting updated. They're getting declared every single time. I think that, like, if you're using this in, like, C or something like that, that's going to end up being an error or something, because you're like, oh, well, this is already created. This is already declared. What are you doing declaring it again? Stop declaring it. You declared it already. You've already declared. You can't declare any further. Remainder, and use the remainder operator, and then so, like, you have to, like, delete the things and, you know, whatnot, unassign it, and you take care of the garbage collection. That's probably what happens. Is there's probably garbage collection at the end of that code bracket or something, and that clears out all of the declarations. I guess, maybe. I don't know how it works, because, yeah, I'm just guessing. Assign it to the remainder of input divided by 2. Well, I mean, there we go. Inside our while loop, we want to use the push method to append input to the inputs array. So inputs dot push. I imagine the array has that method available to it. Okay. Okay. I don't know what's going on with the call stack there. There was nothing in the demo or the preview that showed anything there. Just a little bit odd, I think. Oh, I know what happened, because I was on this preview thing. That was from the... yeah, that's what happened. That's what showed up. Going back to what happened on the progress bar. Use push to append the quotient variable to the quotients array. Quotient. What are we doing? Quotients. Remainders to the remainders. Push the remainder to the remainders. Push it. Oh, push it. You're pushing it, buddy. Now's a good time to check your work. Log the text inputs following the comma. Oops. Oh, gosh. Okay. Followed by inputs away. The inputs away. Okay. Finish typing. No, 6-minute warning. I'm really getting into this though now. So, okay. We're just hitting our stride here. Okay, so we're gonna log the quotients, and then we're gonna log the remainders. So, log it up. Let's get to the logins. Let's Kenny logins it. Quotient. How you spell that? I don't remember touch type. Need a keyboard that, like, has clicky buttons when you press very hard and softer buttons when you don't. Or vice versa, because I don't know which way I want that to happen. Like, do I want it to click when I know that it's like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if, if I'm trying to be quiet. Maybe it's, typing software makes it softer. I don't know. If you enter in this number 6, I am at the point in my life and in working with computers that I am thinking about the keyboard and how the sound works and how the spacing of my hands and trying to optimize that. I don't know. I didn't think I'd ever get to this point, but yet here I am. I always thought it was strange that people would be like, why do I care so much about ergonomics and all that stuff? And now I'm like, okay, I get it. I get it now. I don't know how I get it. I don't know why I get it, but I get it. Just from, I don't know. Just from experience here. Notice that the remainders array is the binary representation of the number 6, but in reverse order, right? And so you use the reverse method to reverse the order of the remainders and use join. To join the empty string as a separator to join the elements of the text. So you can use join by... Oh, you use it at the end, right? So then set the result.inner text. So we want to take the remainders array, reverse it, join it on the on that, flip it and reverse it, set the result inner text, right? So result.inner text to this value, right? Is that what we're doing? Yeah. So decimal to binary function works well. There's an issue because of the condition in the while loop, the wheel loop. It only works for numbers greater than 0. Well, why not? If you try to convert 0 to binary, nothing will get added to the page. Oh, that's a problem. Is a problem. We're going to add an if statement to check if the... Why are you checking it here, though? If input equal... Well... Put identically equal to 0. I'll leave the body blank for now. 2-minute warning. Let's see. Within the body of the if statement, we're going to set the inner text property of the result equal to the string 0. And then we use an early return. Here we go. Nothing's happening though, right? Like if I type stuff in and convert. Oh, we are logging that stuff. Oh, look at that. It does do that. Okay. 25, 34. How about? Haha! Look at that. Overflowing. So we gotta put something on there, right? Yeah. We need to put some warnings on whether or not it's too large. It's overflowing, it just looks nasty. We don't want that to happen. So we want to declare it's not necessary to track the input, so we can do something. So first remove the body of the decimal to binary function. What? Where is it? Where's the decimal to binary function? Okay. Really? All coding is recoding. All coding is recoding. Everything in the body, get out. Purge it. Throw it up. Let binary be empty. Oh gosh, now we're gonna do this all over again. Well, that's a good stopping point, I guess. I guess we're gonna redo everything. I'm going to take a lunch. Enjoy your little break there too, and be back in 40-ish minutes. I probably will pop back in earlier than the long break suggests. But yeah, let's take a break and do some pomodoros after that. So catch it on the other side with a fuller belly, with my tum tum sated. So. Oh, there we are. Okay, that was weird. Yeah, so there's a bit of a scandal going around on, so a bit of a scandal surrounding a leftist streamer, and I can't get enough of it. Like I every day there's a subreddit called live stream fail or something like that, and they just keep posting more and more evidence of this guy Hassan Piker, who goes by Hassan Abi, proof that he shocks his dog and like keeps his dog on his stream. He like keeps the dog on a bed, and the dog isn't allowed to move at all. And and every time I hear the guy talk, I think like this is a progressive. This guy is a progressive. This guy, like, and he called people who are presenting the evidence and against him as mentally ill, and using that as a derogatory word term, and like I just think, what the hell, like what? How does he have so many fucking followers? How does, like, I don't know. Like, am I not in tune with what's going on the far left? I don't know. Is he even far left? I don't know. Oh gosh, yeah. So whatever. Like, regardless of the whether or not he shocked his dog, he keeps his. He has very shitty views on dog training. You heard him agreeing with somebody on some point about Cesar Millan, about Cesar Millan's methods that were showcased on the Dog Whisperer and everything were a bit outdated. Yeah, so there's a much more humane approach to dog training, and he's apparently subscribing to that older, outdated model that is very much more about control and more about punishment rather than rewarding good behavior. Demonstrating good behavior and then rewarding good behavior. So I just can't get enough of it. Every day there's something new that gets posted, and I'm just like I gotta catch up on it. So I guess I'm mentally ill then for paying attention to that. What an asshole. Jesus. Okay. Since you'll want to display the result of the conversion, assign the binary variable. So I'm coming back in early. You know, we're getting started earlier. Since you'll want to display the result of the conversion, assign the binary variable to the inner text property. Binary variable. Build it up little by little, right? Okay. Create a wheel loop. Loop that runs as long as input is greater than 0. Inside the loop, doing the wheel loop again. Do I have to parse the input or anything like that? We're getting started. This is going to be the 5th of 8 Pomodoros. We're going to have to do a couple more after this, though, because I think we're not even halfway done. And we got a lot to get through, but maybe the later ones will go quicker. We do, like I did. Yeah, I think we have enough time, actually. Because I did, kind of get a late start. Be careful not to trigger the decimal binary function before you set input equal to 0 inside the loop. Otherwise, you could cause an infinite loop. We want to assign input to 0. Okay. Don't trigger that before. Right, okay, yeah, that's what they're saying. Right, and I always forget, I just don't like the way that they lay this out. They bring you directly to the line that you need to edit. And I really wish that they would not do that. That they would just give me the focus on the entire function. Okay, we need to work on this function. We'll just just allow for a little bit more thinking. So recall that each time the loop runs, input is the quotient of the previous value. So eventually input is less than 1, and so it stops running. So you can do this in a single step. So inside there, equal to the quotient, set input equal to the quotient of the input divided by 2. And also remember to use math.floor. I mean, yeah. But what do you do with the remainder, though? How do you calculate the remainder? I mean, there is another way to do this. You can just directly convert it using some library. And yeah, I mean, but you could also, I think, do bit shifts or something like that. In the previous version of this function, you push the remainder of input divided by 2 to binary array. Later, you reversed and joined the entries into a binary number string. Okay. Divided by 2. Binary array, but then later you reverse and join the entries in the right. So it would be easier to use string concatenation within the loop to build the binary string from the left. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, so you use the remainder operator to set the binary equal to the remainder of input divided by 2. Yeah, but I mean, right, before we do this, but I mean, we are building it though, right? Are we not? Set it equal to there? Right, but no, because we want to add onto it, to build onto it. still calculating this twice. But that's not going to work though, because then use the addition operator. Why do we have to do this in two separate steps? The addition operator. Add the current value. Why do we have to do this? Maybe because, okay. All right, well, okay. You don't have to cast it as a string, so that's weird. Clean things up a bit, wrap that into parentheses. This can be, sometimes change the order of operations. In this case, it just makes it easier to read. Oh, yeah. Right. Finally, you need to handle the cases where input is 0 rather than update the DOM and return early like you did before. You can update the binary string and let the rest of the code in the function run. So we want to create an if statement. Input equal to 0. We're going to have, say, binary equal to 0. Right. Logical. Okay, but then did we do a return? Please consider supporting FreeCodeCamp. They're a great org, and it would be nice to see these courses get updated. What are you chattering for? Huh? Okay, awesome. So now we have a more efficient way to convert decimal. What is she yelling out? What's going on, Mitz? You see something? What's happening? I see a bug or something. After learning a bit about the call stack and recursion, you'll refactor the decimal to binary function to recursion instead of a wheel loop. Okay, that's great. That's great. So we have this. Now we're just gonna like take this. We're gonna just delete all that we did, and then we'll just start from the beginning. Then create a function named A that returns the following. Plus B, but we don't have a B. We don't have a B. Could also wrap this in parentheses. Give him a hug. Just for readability. Readability. Next we'll create a function that's B. Okay. Alright, so they're just gonna use this as a pedagogical tool here. Function named B. It then returns a function is. Also create a function named C. Okay. Okay. Finally, we'll call console log. Hey, FreeCodeCamp is awesome. C, A calls B, that calls C. Okay. Not necessarily recursion, though. You gotta call it on itself. In computer science, a stock is a data structure where items are stored in a LIFO, last in, first out manner. If you imagine a stack of books, the last book you add to the stack is the first book you can take off the stack, but on an or an array where you can only push pop element. What? Imagine if you stack it or an array where you can only. I don't know what they're trying to say there. Like an array where you can only push. Okay. The call stack is a collection of function calls stored in a stack structure, and when you call a function, it is added to the top of the stack, and when it returns, it is removed from the top of the stack. You'll see this in action by creating a mock call stack. So initialize a variable called the call stack and assign it to an empty array. Is it a constant or is it a let? We have no idea. Don't know what they want us to, declare it as. When your code runs, a function is added to the call stack. In your call stack array, add the following string. Okay. Or backticks. Yeah, backticks work too. Okay. Oh boy. Yes. So we're literally just okay, and then we're gonna add another one that says C is listen. Q returns listen. B returns listen. Okay. There we go. There we go. Card stock. Okay. Oof. I'm tired. All right. So what are we doing with this here? You manually created a call stack. Great. What do we do? Oh, remove it from there? Okay. My gosh. I'm so tired. Update your mock call so it looks like this. Okay. Like, I'm supposed to be thinking through this, but I just can't. Like, it's just like telling me what to do, so. Let me just update this.
Great. Wrap it up, motherfucker. Okay, A returns a concatenated string of FreeCodeCamp. Is kind of awesome. A off the top of the call stack. Okay. Call this stack. There you go. What are we up to? We're almost halfway done. Whoa, we're halfway there. Oh, we are halfway there. Look at that. We're more than halfway there. It's a simple example that demonstrates how the call stack steps through your code and calls multiple functions. Time to jump into recursion and see how the call stack fits into this picture. Remove the call stack array. Everything you just did, just get rid of it. Throw it away. Throw it in the garbage. Now you'll create a function that will count down from a given number to 0 using recursion. I'm going to create a new function named countdown with number as a parameter. Okay, we're going to do more constants. More numbers. More arrow functions. First thing you need to do is log the current value of number to the console to act as the countdown. We want to log the current number, so number value console log. Oh my gosh, I even just added it. Shouldn't have had lunch. So tired. Oh. Oh gosh, Sherry there. Got a sneeze. Yeah, a recursive function is a function that calls itself over and over. Have to be careful because you can easily create an infinite loop. Obviously, you need a base case. That's where a base case comes in. The base case is when the function stops calling itself, and it's a good idea to write it first. So since your countdown function will count down from a given number to 0, base case is when the number parameter is equal to 0. So you check if it's equal to 0. Just return it. But what are we returning? And an else case to this if. When writing the recursive case, you need to remember two things. What is the base case, and what is the least amount of work you need to do to get closer to the base case? Yeah. I mean, why not just, try to do a lot of work? Since the base case is when number is equal to 0, you need to call countdown again, while also, lowering the value of number by 1. Inside the Beelzebub. Three, 2, 1, countdown! Countdown! Look at the countdown. Rename the countdown function to count down and up. Count up and down. Count down, count it up. Count inside your doobie doo. Remember to update your function curves. Function curves. Oh no, we should just go like this. Yeah, Control D. count down and up, and then there we go. And then escape out, but then that escapes out of that thing, so that sucks. I don't like that. We reached the base case. Hey, you've reached base camp. How do you do this? You want to log it? Reached the base case. You reached it. You done reached it. Become a supporter. Support the free of the code in the camp and the org. Don't you know? I would also, you know, greatly accept support. Anything helps, really. And check the socials and everything. I don't know. Do I have them listed? I should have them listed. Yeah. I guess that would help if I had them listed. But, I mean, you can find me at Kevin Weatherwalks at, I think, on Patreon. On the Patreon? The Pathonery? Yeah, or you can check my link tree. I don't know what is this Kevin 24/7? Who's that? Who's Kevin 24/7 linking into my my thing? Simplified YouTube series, unlock posts, video direct messaging, reply prior. I don't know who the fuck that is. Well, that's weird. I'm not on Hackaderm anymore. YouTube Simplified. What the fuck is that? Do I still have a Medium account? I don't think I do. Oh, I do. I don't have that picture. That's a shitty picture. I should delete that. I don't like Medium. Medium sucks. I'm kind of against a lot of these newsletters that take money that I don't know. You can find me at the link of the trees. I'll just like add this to here, and I should add it to my what do you call it? Oh no, the is it not working? Did it send it? It's weird. Why is it not working? What is that thing there? It's for like roller or something? I don't do that. That's the event stream. Why does it not work? Why you no logo? You no working? YouTube. What's up, YouTubes? You know what? It sends it there. It doesn't send it to the other one? It's so fucking weird. They're fucking weird. So fucking weird. Yeah, check me out in the link tree. I'll try to add that to, whatever you call it. Yeah, my wish list is there. My Patreon. You can support me at Coffee. You can coffee me. I would like to survive. You can also pay with Visa and MasterCard. Because I set up the Stripe account as well. You can send tips that way. You can also tip me join Patreon and crossword solving tips and stuff at Solves over at the Twitches, the Twitchies, and yeah, would be nice. Oh well. I'm gonna take a quick break. I am like just feeling very tired, very tired man, very tired. So we'll take a quick break. Count down and then up? Are we counting up or down? What are we doing? Log? Big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's log. Now you should see. A countdown from 3 to 0, followed by reached base case. And a count from 1 to 3. Do I see that? I do see that. Reached base case and then it starts. Oh, right, because then it starts logging the number. Oh gosh, my head. Alright, you're gonna have to explain this to me. My brain's not with it today. This is because after the recursive loop calls, right, it goes on to continue this, right? So after it runs these recursive calls, we haven't reached this, so we go from 3, right? We start at 3, the 3 goes, the number's not 0, so we're in this else case. Now we're going to call countdown up on 2, and so we do the same thing. We go into the 2 and we log the number, right? We log 2, we go into this else case. We run countdown that up on 1, then we log the number 1, and we run it on 0, then we log the number 0. We come back and we run. We get into this if statement. We satisfy that finally, and we've reached the base case. And then now we return and we go back to this, which is that console number is. Then we return, then we come back to the first thing. The number now says reached base case. No, it says we reached base case there. Return, and then now we go back up into we are returning from 0. Returning from 0 back into the 1, right? So we go back from when we called the countdown and up on 0. And when we called it on 0, the number was 1, so we logged the number 1. And then okay. Then we returned from the other one. So we're just we're returning everything, right? We returned back to here where it's called on 1. So the number is 2. So we print that. Then we go back up to where we called it on 2. And the number was 3 then. And then return back, which is just, yeah, okay. It's a mind bender, but yeah. Wait, what are we doing? Remove your countdown and up function and function call. Oh, all of this. All coding is recoding. Ernest Hemingway. Now you should see a countdown from 3 to 0 followed by reach base case in there. Okay, yeah, I did that. Oh, we need to move along. Move along. And all you've got to sing is songs, move along. Remove the contents of decimal to binary because, you know, why do anything? Seemed to be working just fine then, but you know what? Let's do recursion. Decimal to binary. Now what? We're inside of the decimal to binary. The binary. As a reminder, it's often best to start with the base case when writing a recursive function. So you know what you're working towards and to prevent an infinite loop. Similar to our last implementation, we will divide input by 2, repeated by there. But first we have to say input is equal to 0. All we're going to do is just return an empty string. That's what we do. I return emptiness. For the recursive case, let's add an else statement and return the result of calling decimal to binary, and we'll pass in an input by 2 in the other thing. Oh god. We need to add an else block, and we will return the result of calling decimal. Decimal to binary on what though? On the input divided by 2, rounded down. Math not 4. But we also need to take care of the whatchamacallit, the remainder. We need to add the remainder to the string too, right? It effectively lowers the input by roughly half each time the binary is called. However, remember that the binary number string is built by calculating the remainder of input divided by 2 and concatenated to the end. So after we call that, we're going to concatenate the remainder of input divided by 2 to the end of our string. After our return call, though, I'm a little confused. I think it's like we're concatenating it on, right? Yeah, okay. And decimal to binary parsings. Check user input, set the text contents. Okay. Moving along. Your converter should be working now. Feel free to try out some other numbers. Simply say we should try this. That doesn't work. That's not a thing. How about we do that? No? How about that one? There we go. How about 55 million pieces? 55 shakes, 55 burgers, 55 shags, 155 taters. There we go. Your converter should be working now. So why is the call stack thing there? Like, it doesn't return anything. Can, like, maybe it was like I had to, I don't know, man. I don't understand how that helps. Now everything works as expected. I mean, there's a better way to do this, but I don't know. Okay, so you just did it that way anyway, with the ors. Alright. Stretch! Oh, God. Okay, decimal to binary. FreeCodeCamp free code. Become a supporter. Support your local FreeCodeCamp. Oh gosh, I'm tired. I didn't think I'd be this tired. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Okay. We'll create an object to represent the first frame of our animation. Our object should have two properties, input valid, which we'll call it. Well, we are in animation data, so we'll just create from within. It delay is 1,000. Input balance 5. Okay, that's pretty good. Quality call stack is last in, first out. Add it to the top and the bottom of the stack, and the animation data array is stacked. Add a new object to it. Alright, I'm going to take a little Alright, be right back actually. Alrighty, closing it out here. Ooh, oh boy. Okay, is this the last one? No, we got 2 more, I think, after this. Or, well, yeah, 2 more. 2 more, but we should be almost done after this one. Another object we want to add is the input valve of 1, I guess. 2000. Goes to the top, okay. Going to begin building the animation. Move all those. There we go. All coding is recoding. Okay. Interesting. Hopping off the stack. Oh, okay. It's all very manual. Okay. So that was that one. Just demonstrating recursion. I'm tired. I'm gonna end this early. I'm gonna do this off screen. Building a Roman numeral converter project. Then I have to schedule the next couple weeks I've got next week's. I should be able to get through both of those. And then the week after that, this will be interesting. A statistics calculator. That'll be fun. And, oh, that lines up pretty good then. Because we'll do this next week. These two. Then the following week we'll do both of them. Which, yeah. Okay. And then I'll do this one offline, and then the following week we'll do object-oriented programming and platformer game. We'll have to save that platformer game for another day, for the week after. Okay, and that's the first week of November. Second week of November will be the platforming game. Third week of November, which is getting into Thanksgiving territory, but I think I should be able to do one that week. Review algorithmic thinking. That's a certification? No, that's not. Okay. Gosh, okay. Algorithmic thinking by building a dice game, and then that one. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we need to do. That's third week. And then fourth week of November. Is that? Yeah. Okay. We might be able to do this. I'll do this off stream. But yeah. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your week. Gonna end this up early. I'm just very tired. And sometimes just gotta listen to the body. Body's telling me it doesn't want to do anything more. So you can catch me at KevDubSolves at the Twitch, and be streaming there tomorrow. I don't think I'm gonna do any tonight. I might be doing some on Thursday for like the New Yorker puzzles or something. I'm not sure. I have a huge backlog of those ones. What else? And then I think that's it. Yeah, I will see y'all next week, where we will do some spam filter. We'll do the spam filter. Oh, we'll build a number sorter, whatever that means. Selection sort, those things. Oh, that'll be cool. Ooh, actually, I'm kind of interested in doing the what do you call it? The visualizations of those. It'll be fun. All right. Enjoy your week. Have a good time. Catch you all next week.